2US, November Sierra 8, Quebec, 59 at the park, sir.
Roger, Roger, 59 Sierra Charlie. Thanks. Have fun at 7:30.
7-3, thanks for hunting. This is NSAQ, Parks on the air, QRZ.
Kilo 1, Echo, November, NJ2US.
Was there a Quebec Mike X-ray station?
November 8, Victor Oscar, X-ray.
All right, November 8, Victor Oscar X-ray, you're 59 plus 20 into Michigan. Back to you.
Roger, you are 59 to Southwest Michigan. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot for another Michigan station. 73 and hold for second op.
This is WA2NVK, Whiskey Alpha 2, November to Victor Kilo. Same signal report, same part.
Roger, 59 as well here in Southwest Michigan with NJ2US.
Thank you so much. 7-3, have a blessed day.
Park.
Kilo 4,
Park to park station out there?
Sierra.
Is there a park to park station?
Roger, Park to Park, Kilo, Quebec 4, Golf, Echo, Bravo, QSL.
Okay, Kilo, Quebec 4, Golf, Echo, Bravo. You are 5-7 into Michigan at Park US 10087. This is WA2NVK.
Roger, I have 59 into US 7465 in Middle Georgia. And I've got your second operator already, and I also have a second operator if you want to stand by.
Okay, standing by for your second operator. Thank you.
Second operator is Kilo Bravo 0, November Victor Romeo. Have you 59 US 7465.
Okay, your call again, Kilo Bravo 0, November.
Kilo Bravo 0, November Victor Romeo. November Victor Romeo.
Okay, Roger, November Victor Romeo. Thank you so much. And you are also 5-7 here into Michigan at Park US 10087.
QSL, good luck with your activation. I have both operators in the world. Thank you, 7-3.
Okay, and here's my second operator. Oh, you got both operators. Okay, thank you so much for the park today. 7-3, have a blessed day.
Kilo Bravo 1, Kilo Quebec 4, Hotel X-ray Sierra.
Delta Romeo.
Is there a recheck?
Yeah, Whiskey 8, Mike Alpha Bravo. I was wondering if you could do me a favor and see if you can get my daughter. She's been trying to get in there from South Carolina. I don't know if you can hear her. She's only got 100 watts. Her call sign is Whiskey 8 Alpha Bravo.
Okay, I will call that out and see. I have not heard her yet, so okay, I will do so. Thank you. Okay, Whiskey 8 Alpha Bravo. Whiskey 8 Alpha Bravo.
Whiskey 8 Alpha Bravo.
Okay, wonderful. Whiskey 8 Alpha Bravo. You are a 5-9 into Michigan at Park US 10087. My call is WA2NVK.
QSL, I have you guys coming in at a 5-9, sometimes 20 over into the upstate of South Carolina.
Thank you so much for South Carolina. Stand by for my second operator, please.
Good evening, Whiskey 8 Alpha Bravo. You're 5-9-59 here at the park, ma'am.
QSL, I have you coming in at 20 over. Thank you for the contact, 73s, and happy activation.
Thank you so much. And I forgot to give you, this is November Sierra 8, Quebec. NSAQ is my call. So thanks a lot for the call this evening in 73. Thank you, guys.
Kilo Quebec 4, Hotel X-ray Sierra.
Kilo 2 Delta Juliet Foxtrot.
All right, Delta Charlie Papa Station.
Kilo 4, Delta Charlie Papa.
Kilo 4, Delta Charlie Papa. Good evening, 5959 in Michigan at Park US 10087. Back to you.
10887, and then standing by for your second operator.
Thanks a lot, 73.
This is WA2NVK, Whiskey Alpha 2, November Victor Kilo. Same signal report, same Park.
Roger, you're 5-9 North Carolina as well. Good activation, thanks.
Thank you so much for North Carolina, 7-3, have a blessed day. QRZ.
Kilo, Charlie. Kilo, Quebec, 4 Hotel X-ray.
Kilo 2 Delta Juliet Foxtrot.
Alpha 8.
Kilo Sugar 4 Radio Foxtrot.
I think that there was a Gulf Echo station. Okay, a Radio Foxtrot station?
Kilo Sierra 4 Radio Foxtrot.
Okay, Kilo Sierra 4 Radio Foxtrot. This is WA2NGK at Park US 10087, and you're a 5-9.
You're a 5-9 into Georgia, Golf Alpha.
Thank you so much for Georgia. Please stand by for my second operator.
Roger, roger.
Hey, good evening, Dave. November Sierra 8 Quebec. You're 5-9-59 at the park.
You're 59 into Georgia, Golf Alpha. Y'all have a great evening.
Thanks a lot for Georgia this evening, and 73.
Kilo 3 Delta.
Kilo Quebec 4 Hotel X-ray Sierra.
Whiskey 4 Echo India.
All right, let's take the Echo India station. Echo India.
Kilo Whiskey 4 Echo India. I've got you 5-9 into Western North Carolina.
All right, Kilo Whiskey 4 Echo India. You're also 5-9 here into Michigan, Park US 10087. Back to you.
Thank you, thank you. Standing by for second operator.
This is Whiskey Alpha 2, November Victor Kilo, WA2NGK. Same signal report, same park.
Thank you. I've also got you 5-9 to Western North Carolina, 73.
Thank you so much, 7-3, have a blessed day. Where's that?
Kilo Quebec 4 Hotel X-ray Sierra.
Yankee Delta Juliet Alpha.
Juliet Lima.
Okay, so it's Alpha 8, Juliet Lima.
Roger, roger.
Okay, Alpha 8, Juliet Lima. You're 5-9 into Michigan at Park US 10087. This is WA2NGK.
Thank you very much. You're a 5-9. I'm in southeast Michigan.
Great, thank you so much. There's a lot of Michigan tonight. This is wonderful. Stand by for my second operator, please.
Hang by.
Hey, good evening, Jim. November Sierra 8 Quebec, NSAQ. You're 5-9 at the park, sir.
Thank you very much. 5-9, and you're also a 5-9. In fact, on that last over, you were a 5-9 plus.
I appreciate the call this evening, and 73.
73, and thanks for the contact.
Kilo 3 Whiskey India 1. Kilo Quebec 4 Hotel X-ray Sierra.
To Mike Sierra, AE2MS.
I heard a Juliet Charlie station.
Kilo Delta 9er, Kilo Juliet Charlie.
Kilo Delta 9, Kilo Juliet Charlie. Good afternoon or good evening. You're 5-9-59 in Michigan, a Park US 10087. Back to you.
Roger, 5-9 Whiskey India.
Thanks a lot for Wisconsin this evening. 73. Here's my second op.
This is Whiskey Alpha 2, November Victor Kilo, WA2NGK. Same signal report, same park.
Roger, 5-9 Whiskey India.
Thank you so much for Wisconsin tonight, 7-3, and have a blessed day.
7-3.
I think it was an India.
Kilo Quebec 4 Hotel X-ray Sierra.
November 3.
Whiskey 4 Zulu Delta Papa.
India 1 uniform station.
Whiskey 4 Zulu Delta Papa.
Okay, Whiskey 4 Zulu Delta station.
Whiskey 4 Zulu Delta Papa.
Whiskey 4 Zulu Delta Papa. You're 5-9 into Michigan at Park 10087. This is WA2NGK.
Oh, very good, Shannon. 5-9 in Georgia, Golf Alpha, over.
Thank you so much for Georgia. Here's my second operator, please.
Yeah, good evening, Bill. November Sierra 8 Quebec, NSAQ. You're 5-9 here in Michigan, over. Yeah, very good, Chris. Thanks very much. Yeah, you're 5-9 here in Georgia as well. Enjoyed the activation, 7-3. 7-3. Thanks a lot thanks for calling in this evening. There was a one uniform call. Whiskey India 1 uniform. There we go. Whiskey India 1 uniform. Good evening. You're 59 plus 10 here in the Michigan at Park US 10087. Back to you.
QSL to 59 plus. I have you 57 into Massachusetts tonight, and I'll stand by for your second up.
All right. Thanks a lot for Massachusetts. 73. Here's my second up.
Whiskey Alpha 2, November Victor Kilo. That's Whiskey Alpha W-A-2-N-U-K. Thanks for the report from the heart.
QSL, thank you both for being out there. Have a great activation in 7-3.
Thank you so much, 7-3. Have a blessed day.
Kilo 4 Hotel X-Ray Sierra. Kilo 2 Delta Juliet Foxtrot.
Delta Foxtrot Station.
Kilo 2 Delta Juliet Foxtrot.
Okay, Kilo 2 Delta Juliet Foxtrot. You're 59 into Michigan at Park US 10087. This is WA280. Okay.
QSL Shannon, you're 59 coming into Central New York, November Yankee.
Thank you so much. Stand by for the second operator, please.
And good evening, November Sierra 8 Quebec. You're 59 at the park, sir. QSL 59, Central New York. Thanks for New York this evening, and 73. 7-3. November 3, Tango Kilo Kilo Quebec 4 Hotel X-Ray Sierra. Kilo Quebec 4 Hotel. Kilo Quebec 4 Hotel X-Ray Sierra. Kilo Quebec 4 Hotel X-Ray Sierra. You're 5959 at Michigan, Park US 10087. Back to you. Got you 59 plus. Here's South Carolina. Standing by for second op. Thanks for South Carolina. Here's second op.
This is WA2NVK. Whiskey Alpha 2, November Victor Kilo. Thanks for the report, same part.
Same report here. You have a good activation, 73.
Thank you so much, 7-3. Have a blessed day. I believe that there was a November station out there.
November Golf 9 Papa. November Golf 9 Papa.
Perfect. November Golf 9 Papa. You're 59 into Michigan at Park US 10087. This is WA2NVK. Thank you so much for your second operator.
Good evening, November Sierra 8 Quebec, NSAQ, you're 59 at the park, Gary. QSL 73, have a good evening. 7-3, thanks for hunting. QRZ? Kilo November 4, Alpha Lima Echo. Kilo November 4, Alpha Lima, 5959, Jason.
Roger, got you 59 plus 20 over here in Detroit.
All right, thanks a lot for Detroit here this evening, 73, and hold for my second.
This is WA2NVK. That's Whiskey Alpha 2, November Victor Kilo. Thanks for the report, same part.
Roger, Whiskey Alpha 2, November Victor Kilo. Thank you for the good signal report. Got you 59 plus 20 here in Detroit. Have a great activation out there.
Thank you so much, 7-3. Have a blessed day. Here we go.
November 3,
Zulu Tango Station, I think.
Yeah, Kilo Delta 9 Delta Zulu Tango.
Perfect. Kilo Delta 9 Delta Zulu Tango. You're 59 into Michigan at Park US 10087. This is WA2NVK.
Roger, I got you guys a 59 plus 10 here in Wisconsin. Stand by for your second up.
Good evening, November Sierra 8 Quebec, NSAQ. Matthew, you're 59 at the park.
Roger, I got the 59 plus 10 here in Wisconsin. Thanks, guys, for doing it. To the next
7-3, thanks a lot for hunting this evening. Where's that? Whiskey Romeo 4 Alpha Yankee.
Romeo Papa.
All right, Romeo Papa station. Romeo Papa?
Yes, that's November 2, Delta Romeo Papa. You're 59 into northeast Pennsylvania. We are portable 3.
All right, November November 2, Delta Romeo Papa in Pennsylvania. You're a 5555 here into Michigan at Park US 10087. Back to you.
Just give me your call. What is it?
My call is November Sierra 8 Quebec. November Sierra 8 Quebec. And my second op is Whiskey Alpha 2 November Victor Kilo.
Okay, I hope you. Very good. Okay. And you're in Park 10087.
Roger, Roger. Thanks a lot for hunting this evening, and 73.
Okay, you're just like
Kilo Echo 8, uniform.
November 3, Tango Kilo Mike.
All right, thanks for calling in there, Bruce. Kilo Echo 8 station. Kilo Echo 8, uniform. Kilo Echo 8, uniform. 5959 at the park, US 10087. Back to you. QSL, I have you 59 in Battle Creek, Michigan. Good luck, 73. 73, thanks a lot for Battle Creek, and hold for my second op, please.
This is Whiskey Alpha 2 November Victor Kilo, WH2N VK. Signal report, same part.
All right, you're 59 in Battle Creek. Good luck, 73.
Thank you so much for Battle Creek in Michigan, 73, and have a blessed day. There was a Tango Kilo way station, please. Is there a Tango Kilo way station? Okay, where's that?
November 4, Delta. Whiskey Romeo 4, Alpha Yankee.
Okay, Whiskey Romeo 4 station?
Whiskey Romeo 4, Alpha Yankee 59, North Carolina.
Okay, thank you so much for North Carolina. And I got Whiskey Romeo 4 Alpha Yankee. This is Whiskey Alpha 2 November Victor Kilo, Park US 10087 in Michigan. You're 59.
QSL.
Okay, here's my second operator.
Good evening, November Sierra 8 Quebec, NSAQ, you're 5959 at the park.
QSL, you're 59 plus, North Carolina.
Thanks for North Carolina this evening, 7-3.
7-3. November 3, Tango Kilo Mike.
QRZ. All right, stand by. I heard a QRP station. QRP. Was it Alpha 3 Oscar? All right, Alpha 3 Oscar. You are probably about 5'4" here into Michigan, a Park US 10087. Back to you. All right, thanks a lot for hunting from Missouri, 7-3, and here's my second op.
This is Whiskey Alpha 2 November Victor Kilo, WH2N VK. Same signal report, same part. Thank you so much for Missouri this evening, 7-3, and have a blessed day.
All right, we heard a park-to-park station. Was there a park-to-park station?
November 3, Mike Echo Delta, park-to-park.
All right, November 3, Mike Echo Delta, park-to-park. You're 5959 in Michigan, a park US 10087. That's 10087. Back to you.
Roger. I got you 59 also into my park, US 1344. US 1344 here in northern Pennsylvania.
Roger. I copy 1344 in Pennsylvania. Thanks a lot for hunting, and good luck on your activation. Hold for my second op.
WA2NVK, Whiskey Alpha 2 November Victor Kilo, same signal report, same parts, US 10087.
Roger, roger. I just want to get that call correct on you. The end kind of trails off. It's Whiskey Alpha 2 November?
It's Whiskey Alpha 2 November Victor Kilo. November Victor Kilo. NVK, Nancy Victor King.
Roger, roger. November Victor Kilo, P3.
Thank you so much. 7-3 and have a blessed day.
November 1, Kilo Delta 2, Yankee India Oscar.
Charlie Alpha.
Whiskey 4 Delta Mike Hotel.
All right, guys, we're running out of daylight here. I'll have time for one more station here. One more, please. QRZ.
Charlie 3 Zulu Papa
Kilo 5 Charlie Alpha.
Kilo 5 Charlie Alpha. Good evening. You're 5959 in Michigan. A Park US 10087. Back to you.
QSL, the 5-9. I'm going to reciprocate with a 5-9 into North Carolina.
All right, thanks a lot for North Carolina this evening. 7-3, hold for second, please.
This is WA2NVK, that's Whiskey Alpha 2 November Victor Kilo. Same signal report, same part.
QSL, the 5-9, both ways. Thank you guys very much for the activation. I hope you had fun. And 7-3, enjoy it.
7-3, thank you so much for North Carolina today. Have a blessed day.
Kilo Charlie 1 Whiskey Foxtrot Lima.
All right, I'll take you. Kilo Charlie 1 station. Kilo Charlie 1 again?
Kilo Charlie 1 Whiskey Foxtrot Lima.
There we go. Kilo Charlie 1 Whiskey Foxtrot Lima. Good evening. You are a 5-9 in Michigan. At Park US 10087. Back to you.
Roger, roger. QSL. You are 5959 into Stockholm, Maine. Mike Echo.
All right, thanks a lot for Maine this evening, 73. I appreciate you coming out here and calling us. I'll stand by for my second operator.
Roger, roger.
This is Whiskey Alpha 2 November Victor Kilo. Whiskey Alpha 2 November Victor Kilo. That's WA2NVK. And you're 5-9 in Michigan at Park US 10087.
You are 5959 into Stockholm, Maine. Mike Echo.
Thank you so much for Maine today. Have a blessed day. 7-3.
All the best at 73.
Whiskey Bravo Uniform Hotel.
Whiskey 8 Bravo Uniform Hotel. Dean, you're 5959 in Michigan at Park US 10087. Back to you.
Roger, you're 5920 over in West Branch, Michigan. Got a great signal. Need your call so I can log you over.
Roger, roger. November Sierra 8 Quebec NSHQ.
All right, gotcha.
And I have a second operator too. Stand by, please.
Also over.
Double.
This is a second assignment. This is WA2NVK. That's Whiskey Alpha 2 November Victor Kilo. Same signal report, same part.
All right, I got you too. These guys 5920 over signal. Great coming into Michigan. Thanks for being there. 7-3, WA228 clear.
Kilo Echo 8 Quebec Lima Golf.
Okay, that's Kilo Echo 8 station.
Kilo Echo 8 Quebec Lima Golf.
Kilo Echo 8 Quebec Lima Golf. 5-9 into Michigan at Park US 10087. This is WA2NVK.
QSL, I have you 5 by 9 plus. You're actually 15 over into Holland, Michigan. QSL?
Thank you so much for Holland today. Yeah, Holland, Michigan. Here's our second operator.
Stand by.
Hey, good evening, Sam. November Sierra 8, Quebec, NSAQ. You're 5-9 12 here at the park.
QSL, you're 20 over into Holland, Michigan. Thank you so much, and 73.
73, thanks a lot for calling in. QRZ?
November 4.
Kilo Delta 8, India Alpha Kilo. Was there a Kilo Charlie 9 station? Or maybe Alpha Charlie 9? Was there a 9 call? A 9 call?
Alpha Charlie 9, Papa Alpha.
There we go. Alpha Charlie 9, Papa Alpha. You're 5959 Michigan. Park US 10087. Thank you.
QSL, you're 5-9 here, Illinois.
Roger, Roger. Here's my second up.
This is WECN-UK, that's Whiskey Alpha 2, November Victor Kilo, state of Rotation Park. Thank you so much for Illinois, 7-3, have a blessed day.
November 1, Whiskey Mike Mike.
Kilo Delta 8, India Alpha Kilo. India Alpha Kilo. All right, India Oscar Kilo, I believe. Kilo Delta 8, India Alpha Kilo. All right, Kilo Delta 8, India Alpha Kilo. Mike, you're 5959 at the park, 10087 in Michigan. Back to you.
Roger, Roger, you're 5-9 Fox in Grand Rapids.
Roger, Roger. Thanks to Grand Rapids, 7-3, and I have a second op.
Hold for a second up.
This is WAKN-UK, that's Whiskey Alpha 2, November Victor Kilo, please bring the report, same park.
Roger, Roger, 5-9 Fox in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Have a fantastic operation.
Thank you so much for Grand Rapids today, 7-3, and have a blessed day.
November 4, Fox Bravo Golf. Delta Mike Hotel. Kilo
Delta Mike Hotel. Good evening. You're 5959 in Michigan, a Park US 10087. Back to you.
All right, I'll thank you. Thank you for making calls. Risky 4 Delta Mike Hotel. You are 10 over. 10 over into Whiskey Richard.
All right, thanks a lot, Dave. Yep, got the call correct there. And I appreciate the call from West Virginia this evening. 7-3, and I have a second op.
This is Whiskey Alpha. Thank you so much for West Virginia today, 7-3, and have a blessed day.
November 1, Kilo Foxtrot 4, India Oscar Zulu.
Alpha Echo 2,
Mike Sierra, AE2MS.
November 1 station, please.
November 1, Whiskey Mike Mike.
Perfect. November 1, Whiskey Mike Mike. This is WA2NVK at Park US 10087 in Michigan. You're 5-9. Please stand by for my second operator.
Good evening, November Sierra 8, Quebec, NSAQ. You're 5-9 at the park, sir.
Thank you. You're also 5-9, North Carolina. 7-3, have a good evening.
Same to you. Thanks for North Carolina this evening, 7-3. This is NSAQ, Park on the air, QRZ.
Kilo Foxtrot 4, India Oscar Zulu.
Sierra, AE2MS.
I think I heard a Mike Delta, Quebec. Or a Quebec Mike Foxtrot. All right, QRZ.
Kilo Foxtrot 4, India Oscar Zulu.
Alpha Echo 2, Mike Sierra, AE2MS.
Okay, Mike Sierra station, Mike Sierra, sorry.
This is Alpha Echo 2,
Mike Sierra NJ2US. I got the 5 and 9 in Lewiston, New York. Name is Mario. Mike Alpha Romeo India Oscar. Over.
Roger. Alpha Echo 2, Mike Sierra. Mario, you're also 5-9 here into Michigan. Park US 10087. Back to you.
Thank you, Chris. And wait for your second operator.
Roger.
This is WA2NZK. That's Whiskey Alpha 2 November Victor Kilo. Same signal report, same park.
Roger that. I got you 5-9 into Lewiston, New York as well. Thank you guys for activation 73s.
Thank you so much, 7-3, and have a blessed day. Who is that?
Kilo Delta 8 Hotel Echo.
Whiskey November 9 station.
Whiskey November 9 Kilo QSL.
Perfect. Whiskey November 9 Kilo, you are 5-9 into Michigan at Park US 10087. This is WA2NZK.
QSL, I have you 5-9 in Indiana QSL.
Thank you so much. Please stand by for your second operator.
Good evening, November Sierra 8, Quebec, NSHQ, you're 5-9 at the park, sir.
I have you 5-9 in Indiana, 73, have a great day.
73, thanks for calling in this evening. QRZ?
Kilo Delta 8 Hotel Echo.
Ending in Echo.
Kilo Delta 8 Kilo Bravo Echo.
Kilo Quebec 4, Kilo Bravo Echo. Good evening, you're 5-9-59 in Michigan at Park US 10087. Back to you.
QSL, you're a 5-9 here in Kilo Yankee.
Thanks a lot for Kentucky this evening, 7-3. Here's my second operator.
This is WA2NZK. That's Whiskey Alpha 2 November Victor Kilo. Same signal report, same park.
Kilo Alpha 1 Victor Romeo Yankee.
Okay, the Kilo Quebec 4, Kilo Bravo Echo Station. Did you get my call as the second op? Okay, was there a Romeo Yankee station out there?
Apologies, I think I stepped on one or both of y'all. This is Kilo Alpha 1 Victor Romeo Yankee.
Okay, Kilo Alpha 1 Victor Romeo Yankee. You're 5-9 into Michigan at Park US 10087. This is WA2NZK. I think you are going under contact on this activation.
Kilo Alpha 1 Victor Romeo Yankee. Copy that. You are 857 into Indiana this evening. Thank you for the activation.
Please stand by for my second operator, please.
Ready for that second op.
All right, second op, November Sierra 8, Quebec, NSAQ. So you're 5-9-59 at the park.
Roger. You are also 857 Indiana. Thank you for the activation.
7-3, thanks for calling in this evening. QRZ?
Kilo Echo 2 Foxtrot Kilo Zulu.
All right, QRZ.
Kilo Charlie. That's copying.
All right, Kilo Charlie 3, stand by. Who is the Kilo Quebec 4?
Kilo Quebec 4.
All right, Kilo Quebec 4, Yankee Echo X-ray. Good evening. You're 5-9 plus here in the Michigan at Park US 10087. Back to you.
You're 5-9 as well.
Thanks a lot for Alabama this evening. 73, and I have a second operator.
This is WA2NZK. That's Whiskey Alpha 2 November Victor Kilo. Same signal report, same park. Thank you so much for Alabama today. 7-3, have a blessed day. There was a Kilo Charlie 3 station? Perfect. Kilo Charlie 3 Zulu Papa Yankee. You're 5-9 into Michigan at Park US 10087. This is WA2NVK.
Roger, roger. You're 5-9 into Papa Alpha.
Thank you so much. Here's my second operator.
All right, November Sierra 8, Quebec, NSAQ. You're 5-9-59 at the park.
Roger, roger. 5-9 into PA. Thank you, sir, for the hunt.
Thanks a lot for hunting from Pennsylvania this evening, 7-3. QRZ?
Kilo Foxtrot 4, India, Oscar Zulu.
Sorry, November, was it Whiskey Kilo? November 9, Whiskey Quebec Kilo. Good evening. You're 5-9-59 in Michigan at Park US 10087. Back to you.
You're 5-9 in Iowa.
All right, thanks a lot for Iowa this evening, 7-3, and I have a second operator.
All righty, I'm standing by.
This is WA2NVK. That's Whiskey Alpha 2 November Victor Kilo. Please signal report, City Park.
You're 5-9 here in Iowa.
Thank you so much for Iowa this evening, 7-3, and have a blessed day.
7-3. Have fun out there. Good luck.
Thanks so much, you too. Cheers, Ed. Okay, I heard a station, I think Indian and Tango. Or there was an India Tango station, maybe? Okay, is that November station?
Sorry, try it one more time. I've got an S9 noise level here. S9 noise. Try again, please.
CQ40, Whiskey Kilo 5 Delta X-ray calling CQ 40 meters. CQ40 meters. Kilo Whiskey 5, Whiskey Kilo 5 Delta X-ray. There's an eye up on 5-6 already. N2PEP. This is KA8YOR.
KA8YOR, N2PEP.
Hey, Mo, how you doing, buddy? What's going on?
Oh, same old thing. Just here looking at the internet.
Yeah, I was too there for a little bit and thought I'd better see what was going on here. It was awful quiet on this frequency.
Well, about 2 hours ago it wasn't that way, but it was an unbelievable crowded band this weekend.
Yeah, I heard IFS doing his thing. He's in there most of the day.
Yeah, there's been people on this frequency with everything from POTA to QDX.
Yeah, I was doing some digital modes and kind of listening in the background.
Did you get that steam engine I sent you?
I did. I got that. I was flipping it over. And hello there. How you doing, Rod? Yeah, it's pretty interesting how that works. My buddy's into those steam engines big time. Matter of fact, he had one blow up behind the seat.
I was impressed the way they did the graduation in cylinders and the way they did the timing.
Yeah, it's pretty cool how they start out with the small one and then the next one is the longest compared to the first one. And yeah, pretty interesting.
Just goes to show you, you don't need any kind of electricity to run that thing. I've got the amplifier warming up. I didn't hear Rod at all. I know you were talking to him there. I couldn't hear him at all tonight. Band must be really low.
Well, he's about as strong as you are. I got about an S9 on you. Noise floor is about a little bit below S9. And that's about what I got on him. I don't got much signal on you tonight there, Rod. Did you not tune up or nothing right now? Yeah, man, you're like way on the sticker. And you're hearing my little peanut whistle, 40 watts there, huh?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're hearing my 52?
Pretty much so. I can even hear that.
Oh, that must be the amp. Must hear that. I'm going to adjust the amplifier that's inside the mic as soon as I get my set of tools, so I don't want to hurt anything, you know.
Yep, I don't blame you. Okay, the light says it's ready. There's about 10 times more.
Oh, I had my head turned away. Let me have it.
Oh, yeah, this is KA8YOR.
N2PEP, yep, 10 over S9.
And that's only a half a megawatt.
I always let mine warm up. The warm-up on mine is 15 seconds, but I don't trust that. I like the tube to be semi-warm before I put something through it.
I always let my 811 warm up about 5 or 10 minutes just for the heck of it, because I could. And this particular amp has got a timer in it, so you really can't. You got to do what it wants you to do.
Okay, gentlemen, how's this sound?
I can hear you, Raj.
Yeah, I was down on 80 readers and playing around down there for a bit.
How's that antenna doing up there?
It kept going and going and going. I had to flip it over to AM and do some testing there to get it to actually tune.
Okay.
OPS for radio check.
Somebody out there wanted to radio check.
Victor Alpha 3, Officer Papa Sierra for radio check.
I got you about an S9, but my noise floor is also an S9, and I'm here in northeastern Ohio, KA8YOR. I got the Victor Echo 3, I think it was, but I didn't get the rest of it there, over.
Victor Alpha 3, Officer Papa Sierra, Cornwall, Ontario, Canada.
Roger on the Ontario, Canada. Well, I got you about, like I said, a little bit above the noise floor here in northeastern Ohio. Well, you copying him?
Oh, yeah, I got him, no problem. Probably 5 over 9.
The name is Dave, live in Cornwall, Ontario, about 1 hour south of Ottawa.
Okay, Dave, give us your operating conditions. What are you running?
Running the CS 2010 wood, 100 watts. Just hooked up to a tower there in the last week and a half. Trying to see how it is transmitted.
Okay, I got the 100 watts, but static crashes took you out on the rest.
Yeah, we just almost got to it now. I'm just trying to see how things are performing here. I didn't use clear 5 over 9.
Okay, yeah, so what's your antennas on the tower?
GR5, vertical, horizontal Z.
Oh, okay, all right, yep. How high is the tower?
The tower goes up to 44 feet. The actual long wire is at 34 feet.
All right, that sounds exactly right for a GR5E.
Yeah, you're coming in better all the time with the band shifting a bit.
Do you hear him now, Ed?
Yeah, he's kind of coming up and down, and he was copy over there on his T5RV.
And both of you are call sign in Ohio?
Ed's call sign in Ohio is KA8YOR.
KA8YOR. And this is D83.
You got it.
Great chatting with you. Thanks for the chat here. I think we'll connect with you again in the next time.
73, Dave. Did you hear from Terry at all today, Ed?
No, I didn't hear Terry a bit.
bit there.
Let me look at you.
Mary had a little lamb. I don't know what you did with it, but you had it.
Daggone, I bet that shocked everybody.
Say again, somebody else is tuning up.
I said if she had a little lamb, I bet that shocked everybody.
Yeah. Did you cool off right there tonight?
Not really. It's still pretty warm out, pretty muggy. Didn't really get too cool. It's pretty pleasurable all day, though. I enjoyed it. It was not a bad day.
Well, it went up to here. It went up to 91 and dropped down to 70. And right now it's sitting about 59.
I would say that's about what we got here, and that's about what we had all day.
I don't remember seeing an August this crazy before as far as temperatures. This is supposed to be the hottest month of the year. Well, the tomatoes are growing, the cucumbers are growing, the peppers are growing. And I found out about the celery. You know, I says, celery don't look too good. I don't think we did it right. Well, I guess celery is just like asparagus. It's the third year.
Well, that's kind of cool. That's like our rhubarb. We didn't harvest it for the first 2 or 3 years. We did a little bit, but not very much. And it's established, and yeah, we got more than we can use now, which is good because we use it all.
Oh, I love rhubarb pie.
We do the rhubarb pie. It does a lot of rhubarb crisp, you know, because it's thinner dough and you don't get as much sodium and sugar in it. So it's more of a thinner crisp. And I like it that way. I can eat more, and, you know, it doesn't affect my sugar. And she also boils it down or cooks it down. Doesn't add any sugar or anything to it. And makes it into like a barbecue sauce and barbecues chicken with it. And marinates it with it if she's cooking it.
Oh, that sounds good. I never had that before.
Kind of like a rhubarby barbecue sauce, but it gets sweeter the more you cook it, so it really doesn't have the tang to it. This is going to be the first year I get to harvest my horseradish. It came up, it was a volunteer. It grew down through a plastic bucket I had it in a couple years ago, and came back its last 2 years, and this will be the third year for it, so I'm going to dig it up this fall, dig up some of it.
Oh, I love horseradish. I love it, love it.
I like to take a little bit of it, you know, a big chunk of root of it, and grate it real nice and fine, put a little bit of vinegar, and let it sit for a day or two, and let it get nice and hot. It's like the more it marinates in that vinegar, the hotter it gets, you know, to a point. And then you just got to use less.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the vinegar is what makes it.
As you was talking to Uncle Carl tonight. He called from Pennsylvania and said potatoes are going to get harvested here in about 2 weeks. So as soon as they are, he's going to call us, and I'm going to call the one farmer down there and order my 800 pounds of potatoes and drop by and pick them up. Have them all ready for me.
Boy, you go through a lot of starch, don't you?
We do about 100 pounds to 150 pounds here in a season. But, you know, the rest is all for the kids and the grandkids and the great-grandkids. Everybody wants 50 pounds of them, and we grab it for them while we're there. They're pretty cheap. They're like $15 for 50 pounds.
Yeah, I remember when the 50-pound bags were like $5, $6.
These have been $7 up until 2 years ago. You know, just the cost of everything. They had to jack the prices up to cover for it. And, you know, it's understandable. I don't mind. I don't mind paying. I can still get 50 pounds of cabbage on a pallet. You know, they'll unload it, put it right in my truck for me. I think 50 pounds cost me maybe $5.
Yeah. I used to go to this vegetable shop there. It was one of those indoor-outdoor ones, and that's where I used to get my potatoes and stuff. And unfortunately, it's gone to the wayside. You know, it was an old-fashioned older owner, and it just went away.
I know our favorite potato place down there. He retired, and he was third generation, and the fourth generation shut down the potato farm. Other than they do grow potatoes for their family only now. But yeah, instead of doing potato growing, he does photography on the lake that his dad built. I wonder how rewarding that is, and money-wise, compared to growing potatoes.
Well, I think photography is probably a lot easier job as far as physically.
Oh, I know, man. It's crazy. But anyway, yeah, we still got family that's growing them, too. He's got, I don't know, 500-600 acres he's growing this year of potatoes.
Did you hear that sunbow selling?
It's about time. They're kind of letting us fall down by the wayside, aren't they?
Well, I guess the kids that took it over don't want nothing to do with it. They're going to sell it.
Yeah, I see they're putting in sewer and water along here.
Yeah, they've been planning that for a while because they want to expand the size of the city again.
Oh, Dad, he never wanted to hook onto that stuff, and he passed away here a year ago, so he never had to. He'd have been happy knowing that they didn't get it through till he was gone. You know where my dad lived there, don't you, Rod?
No.
You know the big house in the turn on Brady Lake Road, that big farmhouse has mules and donkeys and horses, monkeys, got a Vietnam potbelly pig, couple donkeys. You know that farm there in the curve?
Yeah.
That was my dad's.
Oh, cool. Yeah, my daughter lives down there. She lives off of Rose, and I don't remember what the crossroad is.
Yeah, Dad has all the way from Sunbow Valley all the way around the curve in Brady Lake Road to past Red Brush there. So I think it's like 4.5, 5 acres. Spooky house there, Rod. It's haunted, man.
Rose and Woodlawn. She lives right on the corner.
Okay. Yeah, that one on that my dad lived at, that place is haunted, man. Some little girl hung herself in there.
Oh, wow. I know that building we were in when I was a kid was the old auction building there in Wyndham. And it was down right against the railroad track when you're hearing the article. I know that was haunted.
Yeah, and you know that the big barn there at my dad's house there, that big white barn, that has a elevator in it that'll pick a car up, take it upstairs. But it was for caskets. They sold caskets out of there at one time.
Mike Ryan from the PART and ECARS Club lives a couple of doors back to the south of that.
Yeah, he's we have a friend between us. His tax lady is my tax lady, so I've heard about him, and I've worked him on FTA, but never talked to him on voice.
Cool. Yeah, he's on the ECARS and the PART Club.
He's on FT8 all the time, all day long. Is he retired or something?
Yeah, I think he used to work for the state of Ohio or something, and something like that. I had to ask for sure. I don't remember if it was him or somebody else. But yeah, he's retired. He retired a couple years ago. His wife passed away, and he's been by himself there to help.
All righty. Yeah, that place that Dad had, it had, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rentals on that property on top of that big mansion he lived in. One big house, man, I'll tell you.
Is that right across the street from Willis Road?
Yep. It's a big old brown house now. It's painted at brown. I think even the barn might be brown. And there's murals of donkeys on the fence if you look down the driveway.
Now, one of the excuses they're using to expand the city sewer and water system is a lot of the houses there on the opposite side of where your dad's farm was are letting their septic systems dilapidate really bad.
Yeah, I've heard tell that's what's happening. And, they'll just condemn them and take them from them or make them hook onto the city stuff.
Yeah, they want to expand the city more, and they can't go further north because of 14, and they won't let them expand beyond that. They can't go further south because of Summit Road. They won't let them go beyond that because of Ritztown. They can't go further east because of some stuff that's going there with the Ravenna Township over by Cotton Corners, so they just got to go west.
Yeah, I hear you. I should have taken that property as part of my settlement for the estate, because that's nice high ground. I had a what was it, a Wilson Y-quad at the top of that barn at one time on a 15-foot tripod. That was up about 80-some feet.
Wow.
It's a great place to radio from. All that around here is all lower elevation. It's the second highest point in Portage County, I think I read at one time.
Yeah, I know the highest is actually Durstick Hill there. It's 44 and 82.
Yeah, and is Hinckley in Portage County, or is that not Portage County?
I don't know. Hold on, let me look.
Because Hinckley's the highest point in the state, but I don't know if that's part of Portage County though. It's where the buzzards come back to roost every year, Ma. Buzzards? Yep, the Hinckley Buzzards. That's how Cleveland got its nickname of the city of the buzzards. The Cleveland Buzzards. Yep, they showed up at Hinckley. Somebody said back in history, I guess there was a big kill, a winter kill or something, or something killed off a bunch of critters, and they came to feed on them. They come back every year.
Well, they must have had their offspring there then.
Yeah, pretty cool place to see those buzzards come into Hinckley. They're humongous.
Hey, that place Hinckley is in Richfield County.
Yeah, okay.
That's west of Peninsula.
That makes sense. I mean, you know, you can see the whole Cuyahoga Valley from there.
Well, that was almost our national bird. It was between that, between the buzzards and the eagle.
Yep, and at one time they even considered the turkey, the wild turkey. So that would have been a good one too. But does that mean we'd be eating eagles now?
Yeah, good question. No, I don't think so. They were an endangered species, so I wonder if they still are.
We have a lot of them locally here. There's a mating pair out at West Branch. That's about 5 or 6 miles from here. And lots of places around the state they have them. Pennsylvania has a bunch of them. They have actual places where you can go and view them. You know, you can't mess with them. You can't get close to them. Of course, they got their nests setting up on top of telephone poles. They plant telephone poles on the edge of the lakes. And that's just a natural place for them to build them. And it's up about 20 feet above the water. Nothing can get to them.
Yeah, they've got that down in Florida. But they're man-made nests, and they're on every 10th pole or 15th pole. You'll see them.
Yeah, these the birds build yourself, but man, they're huge. I mean, a person could easily be comfortable up there.
Well, look at the size of them. You've been near. I've been near one that was sitting in the tree looking at me and said, "Man, he is big."
Yeah, they're pretty awe-inspiring. Let's see, my daughter had lost one of her chickens to the possum. They got rid of the possum. Her boyfriend shot it with a .22. And but in the meantime, the possum had killed 5 others of their neighbors. So they had one hen left, so they gave that to my daughter. So she's back up to 6 chickens again. And all kinds of eggs coming out of them things.
Oh, that's good. Price of eggs there are out there. I know they say they've gone down everywhere. Yeah, well, they haven't gone down in New York State.
Yeah, they're getting lower here. They are. You can get them pretty decent price now, but we don't pay anything for the ones that daughter gives us because we give them all the vegetable scraps. They love lettuce and carrots and all that stuff. They really thrive on it. So it's been working pretty good. We save all our egg cartons for them, and that way they just throw us a dozen once a week.
Yeah, my son had them at the property that I sold them, and he was giving me eggs all the time.
See, we're not allowed to have chickens here in the city. There's a couple people that do, and they're kind of fighting the city about it, but I don't think they win. And but daughter's right outside of town. She's over there on well, you probably know where it is, Rod. Broad's allotment up there. Actually, she's off the one on Cleveland Road.
Yeah, I know where that's at. Hey, I was looking around Portage County. Ravenna is pretty close. They're within probably 50 feet or so of the highest point in Portage County.
I thought so. So, yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, we're right around between 12 and 1,300 feet here, and the highest point in Forest County is, well, Durthick Hill, just south of Hiram, and Taylorsville, Drakesburg area.
Yeah, out there towards Hiram. That's out where Charlie lives.
Charlie.
KC8OR&P.
Oh, okay, because I know somebody else named Charlie lives out there. A guy who lives in that rundown old house there on the corner of 303 and 700. I know him. His name is Charlie.
That's a cool house. That's not run down really. That's kind of homey looking.
It's old. It's like 1870s, I think, or so.
Yeah, it's really kind of cool looking if you just take a notice of it. I always thought it was kind of a neat place.
Yeah, the cross timbers underneath the floor to hold it up is actually set on old sandstone blocks. It's actually got barn timbers running across the floor as a foundation holding the house up.
That's what I got here. You make fun of my house. I spent a year plugging the cracks in the rocks with cement.
I don't make fun of that. That's the way I grew up in a house like that.
I'm just kidding. Yeah, it's kind of cool, though. I like it. It's dark and damp and spidery down there, but I thought about putting one of my stations down there. It's doable. Yeah, man, them steps are treacherous in these old houses.
Well, bad thing about being down there is the moisture will kill that radio.
I got one down there, and I got a dehumidifier down there, but yeah, probably wouldn't be too good for them.
Yeah, at least you run that dehumidifier. If you don't, it's going to kill that radio. I know because I've had electronics down in mine, and we do run a dehumidifier, and I have to pull things apart once in a while, make sure they're okay.
Oh, yeah, I bet. Well, that's where my Drake is. My Drake's down there hooked up, TR4C. And you don't want that one to fail. There's no solid state devices at all. There's like 23 tubes, and they're all for the transceiver. There's no diodes or nothing in that radio.
I was looking at a video today. You remember those old DAC CVs?
Yeah, I do.
I was looking at one today where a guy put tube finals in it, did away with the transistor finals and put tube finals in it.
Well, that's unique. That's different.
He never got into the transmit power of it. He never showed it transmitting. No, with heights and T's. That's what I wanted to see. started browsing some more through the book that I bought on this, and I'm amazed. It does so much that I didn't know about.
Well, that's what I ended up doing, Mo. I ended up getting a book out, and every day I would do one new thing and follow what the manual said. Like as far as programming and saving and cross-standing and what all these other things do, the IPO, all that, and I just took one day and did one thing every day until I did everything that I felt I needed to know to make it operate easier for me. And but it was like 6 months before I felt comfortable.
Well, the manual that came with this thing was total piece of crap. But this book I bought is amazing. I'm into I'm going through the receive part on it now with the diversity receive and everything, and other little tips and tricks, and it's all stuff that I didn't even know that it could do.
I was looking at some of the tips and tricks on this 891, and there's stuff in there that was in there that the book doesn't even cover. None of the books, none of the online manuals, none of the easy manuals, none of that. These are things that people discover about it, and it's not in the manual. So it's kind of nice to find that kind of stuff.
I still want to get one of those FTDX 5000s. I mean, oh man, I'll tell you. But the cost of them is like, geez, is it worth it? But it must be, because they're all about the same price. But oh man, I'm just a button knob and guy, and man, that thing is just loaded.
It's like the old 990 and the 1000 MP. The 1000 MP that did 200 watts, J2 had out. What a great radio that was. I know where there's a brand new one in the box, not hardly used at all. It has 200 watt out, but well, Steve ended up with it. AB8UB had it for a while. I think he might still have that radio. It's a great transceiver, and that was the old Yaesu 1000 MP that came out way back.
Oh yeah, I remember that radio. I almost bought one once. Yeah, I remember that radio. And that 5000 is a 200 watter too.
Yeah, the 5000 is just a newer version of that. But that 1000 MP, that was a great rig. Plugged into the wall. I think there was a DC version available that you could use 2 power supplies on. But most people went with the one that had the 110.
I don't know. I still think, and I'm still out for judgment, but I don't know. Those infrared filters, the mechanical filters, I don't think they can be beat.
That's the only reason I bought this instead of the 710, because it still has the Collins mechanical filters in it. And I figured, it'd be my last chance to get a brand new one installed by the factory. So that's the only reason I didn't go with the 710. And the jury's still out there. Who knows if they're better than this,
Yeah, I don't know. I still feel we're giving something up by not having the mechanical filters.
Well, not just that, but all the software-defined stuff. That's how it's done. It's done with software. And, it's just, I think it's too much for the radio. What do they do? Got computers built in? I guess they must, huh? That's probably all a 710 is basically this front end on this radio with everything else computer controlled, including the filters.
Yeah, there's some filters in this one, but most of it's done by programming.
Yeah, there's an optional filter I can put in this one. I should probably get it because it's a Collins mechanical filter also for CW, but it's so narrow I don't know that I'd use it. Already comes with all of them. It's got 500, 3 kilohertz, and 10. And 500, and I forget what it is on CW. It's like maybe 100 kilohertz. Anyway, it's real narrow. And I don't think I'd ever need that. I mean, it's so narrow already. I don't think I would need even. This thing's like 4 times narrower than what comes with the radio.
Yeah, I remember my 450S, the Kenwood. I had every filter slot filled in that one. Well, I tried to use that stuff on CW, and it does not work for me. I'd rather turn all the filters off, let my brain be the filter on CW. I can hear 3 or 4 stations at once, but they're all at different tones, so my brain will find it. I can hear what I want to hear. But when I put the filters real narrow like it, if I try to touch it up, man, you got to be careful. You'll lose them if they're weak. What was the new radio the day when you got your ticket there, Mo? What was everybody buying? No, I didn't start off with a new one, so I can't. I think it was I think the MP was one of them. I can't remember what else was out there then. I ended up getting this first solid state one I got was the ICOM 707, and you had to buy everything extra for it, filters, just an FM board if you wanted to do FM. You had to buy all this extra stuff. Other than that, it was pretty good radio. 10 through 160, no work bands, 100 watts, and sideband and AM and CW, no FM. You had to buy the board if you wanted FM. I think it was a couple $100 more. Oh, okay. I started out with a lot of older rigs. I had a Tempo 1. I had a 101, I believe it was a double E. I had a ZD. What else did I have? And I had my Kenwood 450S. Yeah, my first few rigs that I bought used was all Kenwood 520, about a 101 double E, lots of more Kenwood 520s, including one that had 160 on it. And it also had a black dial instead of a white dial. That was kind of cool. That was different. And but yeah, I guess everything was pretty much hybrid. All the first stuff I had, solid state receiver and 3 tubes in the transmitter, drive, and 2 output tubes. Oh, and one of my first rigs was a FT 102. I love that thing. Those were nice. Those were nice rigs. Yeah, and I went through all the Heath kits, 101s, 102s, 201s, Heath kit twins, all the Heath kits, all the ones that did sideband. I even had a 40-meter monobander that did 100-watt sideband on 40 meters only. Yeah, I never had a, what do they call them? The duals? the receiver and then the transmit, and you had to cut between the two. I never had one of those.
Yeah, I never did either. I worked on a couple and repaired a couple for people and used them for a little while, but I never bought one. I repaired a guy's Tempo 1. I put a power transformer in for him. That was a chore.
Now you laugh, but that was a good sounding radio.
Oh no, absolutely it was. They're still usable. I still hear them on the air.
In fact, my 101, I had the original microphone for that too. I had the original microphone, the speaker, and the auto patch.
Yeah, that was a big deal to have that auto patch, man. People wanted that. Didn't use them, but they had them, you know.
I was going to get the oscilloscope for it, but at that time, that year I went to a ham fest and I sold it all. I put it on the table. It was gone 5 minutes later.
I thought about getting the station consoles and all the different stuff, the scopes and that, but I got a scope that I built when I was in electronics class, so I just use that for everything. It's nothing fancy, but yeah, it gets the job done. So I really never needed any of that extra stuff. But you know, there was people that collected that. I mean, they'd have a lot of money tied up in a heat kit or a Yaesu station, because they'd buy the whole setup, you know, the monitor, the speaker, everything.
Oh yeah, they used to call it the full station.
I used that Kenwood 520 for 2 years doing nothing but CWs, because I didn't know you could plug a mic into it.
I still can't believe for those 5,000s that they're still asking around an average of 3,500 for them.
It's pretty wild. Remember, that was a race back in the day, more dollars per knob or more knobs per dollar. Yeah, that was it.
More pounds per dollar?
Well, they had a little formula. You'd count how many buttons you had, divide it into your price, and, you know, that was your ratio.
Yeah, and amps used to be so much per watt. I think it was, what was it, $1 per watt? You ain't getting $1 per watt anymore.
I know. Well, you still can if you get the RM Italy's. They're pretty close to that.
Well, for a 600 watt one, they want almost $2,000. That's more than $1 a watt.
I know, but I'm saying you can buy them used for that. And you can build them for a whole lot cheaper. Man, these new boards that the guys are putting together for like a 600 watt transmitter, $300-400 for the parts, and the rest is enclosures, and well, maybe the filter board might cost you another $100 or $200, but still $500-600 for 600 watts. So $1 a watt if you assemble it yourself.
You know what I think is the lack of MFJ is causing a lot more of these kits to come out.
Oh, heck yeah.
I mean, we used to joke about it, mighty fine junk. And, you know, their quality control was nowhere being the best. But, man, did they leave a gap in it, because he bought up everything, and they left a big gap in the market.
I mean, there's stuff out there, not amplifiers, high dollar price stuff like that, but like tuners and all the accessories, the meters, the power supplies. That's what's going to hurt the market. A lot of them. I mean, sure, you can go get one of these Chinese ones for $90 for a power supply, but is it really going to work? Is it going to have noise in your receiver? You don't know.
I found one of the highest points in Portage County.
And where's that?
Well, between Manaway Township and Highland, there's a big area there.
Do you remember that old tower that's there at on Peck Road, just off 303?
Oh yeah, that's northern Eastern Microwave Tower. Yeah, the cement tower.
1,309 feet.
Yeah, that's my buddy used to service that. He worked for Eastern Microwave. He had that was on his route of things to check on a weekly basis. Traveled from here to Canada. That's what his job was, just to make measurements.
Yep, Durfix Hill and that area are the two highest, like 1309 and 1312.
Yeah, that tower's still there, and there's a new cell tower close to it now.
Yeah, I think the cell tower is off 700, though.
Right, it's with an eyeball size as you're driving up Peck Road there. Yeah, that was named after Charlie Peck's great-grandpa owned all that property, all the way up to Wellington, Ohio.
Oh, cool. Quine Road over in Kent was named after my wife's grandfather.
Pretty neat.
Yeah, his name was Edward Quine. He was big in the Catholic Church here.
Yeah, it's like when on my answering machine, you answer it, or if I don't answer it, it comes up and says, "Welcome to the home of the Browns. I'll give you a call back when there's a break in the action."
That's cool.
KA8YOR.
KD8JRF.
N2BB.
She made me something different to try there last night, Mo. It's pretty interesting. Usually she'll make potato soup when I ask her for it, and it turns out pretty good. But this time she used just a little bit of potato and cut up a whole bunch of leeks in it and added some thick cream, made a soup out of that. Man, it was amazing. The leeks added a sweetness to it. You ever cook with leeks?
Yep, and the only thing missing for me on that recipe is some bacon.
I told her that too, or even ham if need be, but yeah, I didn't get none of that. So is it this produce stand, this Amish produce stand, and they had 4 of these great big leeks. I mean, I'm not kidding you, it's bigger around than your thigh. I mean, these are huge leeks. And each one was about 18 inches long. Got 4 of them, and they were a quarter apiece. Where'd you get them? There's this Amish store we went to, and not too far from here, about 20 minutes from here. And it's like a reclaimed freight store and a grocery store, and all their groceries are Amish-grown groceries and Amish meat. They had that's the one that had the filet mignons, 10 pounds for $110.
Oh yeah, I wish we had one of them stores around here.
Oh, I was just amazed how busy they are. I mean, that's where even the Amish shop their own place there. It's pretty cool. And wherever the Amish are, you know, they got the lowest price.
New York State would find some way of screwing it up, so they find some way of taxing them, so we wouldn't get those prices.
I do a lot of traveling up through that part of the country where all the Amish are. That's where our gun range is that we go to and shoot. There's a lot of Amish participate up there. We started hunting in that area, and that's the only people that's hunting is the Amish. So it was kind of neat. I made friends with a few people up there. I actually got invited to one of their get-togethers. Everybody was buying alcohol at the local gas station and got invited to a party with some burger party or whatever they call it. But they had alcohol and all kinds of stuff. Music. I guess they're allowed to do this. You know, they're allowed to go away from the Amish religion there for so many years. You got to come back. If you don't come back, then they kick you out.
Well, aren't the kids allowed to leave when they're 18 and they have so much time to come back? I can't remember what they call it. There's a name for it.
It's like spring burger or something like that. Yeah. That's who we ran into. They're carrying cases of beer and alcohol, well, low-powered alcohol, wine, and, you know, gas station liquor type stuff. Yeah, they was all going to Mr. Miller's barn. They're having a big old party. I got invited to it. I said, no, thank you. You guys look kind of crazy.
That's called a rumspringer.
That's it.
Yeah, we used to watch the girls come down out of the Amish country up there in Middlefield into Garrettsville, and they'd go in the bathroom there at the gas station and change clothes and come out looking, oh, buddy, was they look cute.
Sure looked a whole lot different when they come out, didn't they?
Oh, yeah.
I just bought 500 K-cups of coffee of McDonald's premium there.
Oh, man, good for you. Yeah, we just stocked up on coffee from Kent. We got some of that, I don't know what it is. It's some kind of really good coffee we like a whole lot. They're selling for $25 in the store, and if you go directly to Kent and buy it, it's like $17. And you don't get a pound. You get however much they can pack in that bag. Sometimes you get about 1.5 pounds.
Yeah, with all this stuff happening with the coffee prices and the Brazilian crop that failed, plus the tariffs on it, I think coffee's going to get dear.
Yeah, all the coffee we've been getting has been from Guatemala. It's Gloria calls it Guatemala Hoochie Coochie, but it's not Hoochie Coochie, but it's something like that. It's Guatemalan coffee, so it doesn't matter who we get it from or where it comes from. It's a commodity, and if it goes away there, it's going to go away here.
Yeah, and the wife says hours or more this week.
And she was explaining to me that
she's going to order some more. We're going to stock it up. It can't go bad.
Like drugs or anything, you know, it's what money is based on is commodities. So you got to understand when one goes up, the other goes up.
Oh yeah, I doubled with you a little bit, but yeah, I got you.
And we don't get it ground. We grind it fresh every day.
No, I used to do that too, but I've got a regular bun coffee pot maker here. But I prefer the K-cups.
Well, that's how we make it. We grind it ourselves, and we use it one of those K-cup replacements that you can put your own coffee in. We do them one at a time.
Yep, I got one of those gizmo gadgets to go in mine too.
It's just so much fresher, but it's not as convenient. But you know, it is what it is. We like doing that, and got a little shake to the grinder that we do, and I think it makes it taste better. I don't know if it does or not.
You know, one coffee I cannot stand, and I don't understand it, but people love it.
Chock full of nuts?
Oh, no. I like chock full of nuts. My wife don't like it, but I like it. No, Starbucks coffee. I can't stand that coffee. To me, it tastes terrible, and it smells like cat pee.
It does. It's nasty. We won't drink it. We drank it a few times at first, but there's only one local place here that we get it from, and there's a couple of them we go to. One's in Streetsboro, one's in Kent, and they're about 10 miles apart, but it's called the Human Bean, B-E-A-N, the Human Bean.
Yeah, I used to get the stuff I could get it for free. I don't even have to pay for it. And I said, no thanks. I don't want any. I tried it. I don't like it.
Well, we went so far, Mo. We went so far as to buy some of their coffee and the beans and brewed it ourselves. We got the Robust and we got the regular and another one that they had. None of them were flavored. And we didn't like it when we ground it even. I thought maybe it's putting too much in, but it's just the coffee. It's just, I don't like it.
No, I don't like flavored coffee. I really don't. There's one that I can stand if it was only 1 cup a day, and we got some specialty shops around, you know, and that's the raspberry cream.
The only coffee that I'll do that's got something extra added to it is, what is that? What do they call it? Espresso. Yeah. I would put a couple extra shots of espresso in my dark coffee. Oh, man, that'd give it a punch.
No, I just, you know, and that Italian roast, man, that's terrible.
That's cat pee smelling, tasting too. Yeah, it's got an odor to it, and the odor goes into the taste. I guess my favorite is Hawaiian, but you know it's just pricey.
I never tried it. What's the difference with it?
It's smooth and creamier and almost chocolatey flavor is the only way I can describe it. Like chocolate nibs that aren't sweetened. Like a raw chocolate nib. It's got that intensity to it.
Like a mocha coffee?
Almost. Just not quite. It approaches that in texture. We used to have this coffee in Akron. We used to go specifically to get it. And it tasted like regular coffee, but it was called Buzz. B-U-Z-Z. I brewed a pot of it, and a neighbor came over and stopped to visit for a minute. Hey, I'm brewing some coffee. You want a cup? Yeah, I'll take the cup. We drank this cup of coffee, and about 3 hours later, his wife called and said, "What did you give my husband?" I said, "A cup of coffee. Why?" She goes, "He has cleaned everything in his house, head to toe. Whatever you gave him, he is the most energetic he has been in his whole life." And I've tried to find Buzz again, and it's not available. It must have been a specialty coffee.
Yeah, I used to have a guy who worked for me, and his wife owned a diner, and they used to use that Paul de Lima coffee. You know, I love that coffee. That's good coffee, and I used to put it in my bun maker, and I used to buy it from him. He bought it for me, and then I'd pay him for it, and I used to get the 50-pound box of it in the individual packets, and you just pour it into the filter for the 12 cup.
Oh, nice. That's an excellent coffee.
But he's not around anymore, so I can't get it. Well, I probably could, but at a substantial more of a cost than a business buying it, you know?
Oh, sure, absolutely. You're not going to get the friend discount, that's for sure. I've become a teetotaler over the last few years. I cut the coffee back. It's 1 cup a day. But I do drink several cups of tea, and it's always Chinese tea, green tea. And it's always it's done in a certain container that Eddie bought at Chinatown. And a certain temperature, and he brings it up to a certain temperature, and cools it back down, and there's a big process involved, but man, his tea is the best in the world.
Oh yeah, my wife drinks tea, but I don't like it. I've never liked it. I drink about 3 or 4 cups, well, maybe sometimes 5 or 6 cups of coffee a day. I'm a coffeeholic. I love it. So you got to have a vice, I guess.
Sure. Well, the wife's the coffeeholic. She'll drink about 10 cups a day if you don't keep an eye on her. You know, that's grinding them one at a time, which kind of holds you back a little bit. But if you'd encourage her, she'd definitely do more than 10 cups. And her heart shows it sometimes. She gets some funky murmurs going on from it all.
Yeah, so you said chock full of nut. I forgot all about that coffee in the yellow and black can. I love that coffee. It's really good. And they got another one around here. They call it 8 o'clock coffee, and that's the one that you grind yourself. Put the bag underneath the thing and grind it at the market. That's good coffee also.
It is. It really is. Yeah. But chock full of nuts, that's got chicory added to it, so that kind of mellows it out for you.
Yeah, it's good coffee. My wife don't like it, but I don't mind it at all. I think it's good coffee.
Mom and Dad always had Maxwell House, you know, a big old can of Maxwell House, and kind of got used to drinking that over the years. And once I got married, wife encouraged me to try these other coffees. Oh man, she was right. There is better than Maxwell House. Not a whole lot better, but better.
Well, you know what I wanted to get? My wife says, nah, I don't like that. But the old-fashioned, not the stovetop one, but the old-fashioned electric percolator.
I know, they're cool. I think I got like a 10-cup one that she had to buy when she was a Tupperware consultant for parties and that. You know, they'd always fill you up with coffee.
Yeah, I'd like to get one of them. And, you know, Maxwell House in a drip maker isn't that great, but when you put it into a percolator, it's a lot better, among other coffees.
Sure, that's how Folgers is best, too.
That's what my mom and dad used to make drink was Maxwell House, because they used to always drink Winston.
Yep, and Dad would keep all the big gallon cans or whatever size they were. Keep all the cans for putting nuts and bolts and stuff in.
Yep, same with my dad.
I used is to take jars and screw them to the underside of a shelf. Screw the lid to the underside of a shelf and just put my nuts, bolts, washers, and stuff in there.
Yep, and save the baby food jars because they're perfect for little stuff.
Go bottles.
Yeah, my thing I was collecting there for a while, I still got a bunch of them, is 35 millimeter canisters, and I'd save them for my black powder and put a load in each one. And those were real handy to carry, but yeah, they're getting kind of far and few between. I don't shoot any 35 anymore.
Well, gentlemen, I gotta get out of here. I got a phone interview in the morning, so I'm gonna sign off. James.
Good luck, buddy. Come on back and let us know how it went.
Yep, good luck, Todd. Sell yourself really good. Catch you later.
7-3 there, Ron. KJ8YOR. Man, that new battery sure worked good in the Kawasaki. I go out there and hit it. It doesn't even turn over one time. You got to let the fuel injection kick in. There's like a meter that comes on and drops back down. As soon as that drops back down, if you hit the button, it will start.
Oh, okay. You didn't tell me you replaced the battery.
Yeah, I put a new battery in the motorcycle. It's just, 3 years old? Because I bought the last year's model last year. So, yeah, this would have been the third year on the battery. And, what it was, I think it cost $60, and they give me $10 back. $50. And no charge needed, no liquid in it, no battery acid, it's all self-contained. You can mount it whichever way you want, upside down, crooked, left, right, doesn't matter. And Kawasaki decided to lay it down on its side compared to the terminal. What a pain to do, because you get this little nut that slides in a slot for the terminal. It captures the nut so you don't have to put a wrench behind it on the battery. You couldn't anyway, the way the battery terminals are made. And I dropped one of them. Couldn't find it. And there's none available anywhere unless you buy a brand new battery. Went back to the place I bought the battery, and they had the cord that I turned in, and I went through it and found one and gave it to me. I said, oh, man, you're a lifesaver.
Oh, that was a bummer. What do you think? It fell somewhere in the bike, or it went to the ground, you just couldn't see it? Try a magnet?
Yeah, but I think there's a cowl that is the pointy part of the front bike underneath it. You know, it looks like a spike coming out, I guess it would be an airfoil that's to keep you from getting airborne on it, down underneath the engine in the front. And it fell down in it. It's just a hollow piece of carbon fiber, like a cone. And I have to take that off to do an oil change. So when I take it off, that's where that nut is going to be.
Oh, okay. Yeah, bummer.
I was bumming. I thought, man, I'm going to have to go put another $50 out for another battery. Then I think someone had one for $28. I think it was Walmart. I said, well, maybe I'll just go to Walmart. But luckily, they still had my cord the next day. They hadn't shipped it out yet.
Well, next time you'll just take them off before you turn your core in, right?
Yeah, I took the bolts off and didn't think about the nuts. They're not captive. They're sort of captive, but you slide them out left or right. It won't go forward or backward on you. Yeah, I should have taken them out. Live and learn.
They weren't a nut that you could have bought?
No, I would have had to made it. Instead of being a square nut or a six-sided nut where the wrench would fit opposite each other. Yep, not like that. One side is wider than the other. I could have ground a nut down to do that, but I didn't want to do that. I'd have ground my fingernails off.
You think they did that on purpose?
all batteries are like that. All motorcycle batteries that have hidden bolts, have the nut hidden, they're all designed that way for the last 40 years. But dummy me, didn't even think to keep it. And usually that's the first thing I do is take the old hardware and keep it.
I don't remember any of my batteries for the bikes being that way, but I don't know. No, I don't remember that.
Because you had an open terminal. This one, the bolt goes into the top of the terminal, and the nut is right against the frame of the battery. I mean, you can't get a wrench back behind it. So what they did is they made a blank, a hollow space that's shaped so that it fits the shoulders of that nut properly. You can't put the nut in one way, but you turn it a quarter of a turn and it'll go right in, type of thing. And, oh, what a dumb idea. But, that way you don't have to put a wrench on it behind it. It's a captive nut.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I've seen them on other devices. But, I didn't remember it on my batteries. But, a newer design.
My 84 Kawasaki had that. My 70-some Honda had that. All of them had that. If the nut's not exposed, that's how they do it in. And you can turn it around so you can put the battery either horizontal or vertical. But how would you do that with an old lead acid battery? I don't think that'd work too good.
No. Geez, I think the last one I put in my wing was an AMG, but it had a regular terminal on it.
Well, this is, I'll tell you how big it is. It's the size of your hand, smaller than your hand. It's the size of a cell phone.
Oh, okay. Well, it has that's I don't think that would have kicked over my four-cylinder. No.
Yeah, it would. And it's called a Superstart battery. It's the brand I got. So we'll see how that works out. That was O'Reilly's brand, store brand. So they said it's a good one. It matched the specs of what mine called for. But it also fits in a Honda Grom.
You know what I got mad at, don't you? Is doing away with the Kickstarter. That was one of my favorite things about my bikes. And of course, not the wing. You couldn't kickstart that thing, but like my GL1000, that had a Kickstarter on it.
Yeah, all my street and trail bikes that I had over the years had kick and electric. It was nice. If the battery had died on you, you could bump start it real easy or just kickstart the doggone thing. It was great. What a great setup. But they got rid of all that. But the one I liked the most was my Sportster, the 76 Sportster, because it was board and strokes and short strokes. And raised the compression on it quite a bit. It was a monster to kickstart, but that was the cool part about it. I guaranteed everybody, I could go outside at the end of the day at work, do a few things on the carburetor. One kick was just with the engine key off, turn the key on it, and first start. I don't care if it's after a week. First start, that thing would go. If it didn't go the first start, you was tearing to the park because it was broke.
Yeah, I always felt like it left you vulnerable,
And that was the thing. I could have put an electric start on top of that. But, some of the guys got models, my buddy did, they didn't have a kickstart. He wanted a kickstart. He had to change the side cage, he had to buy bushings and a kit. Ended up costing him $500 for a starter and $500 for the parts. He put $1,000 into a 20-some-year-old Sportster just so he could have a Kickstarter. Now that's dedication for you. Do you want to kick it? That's what he wanted to do.
Yep. Like I said, only having the electric start I thought was a big mistake. Well, on certain bikes, you know what I mean? There was no way you were kick-starting my Goldwing. It wasn't going to happen.
You don't even want to bump start them. I mean, you want to be on it if you're going to do it and have somebody else pushing you.
Oh, yeah. Well, thankfully, it never happened to me.
I had to do that one time on the Sportster. I come down this big old hill, got it rolling really good, and I figured, well, I'll pop it into second gear. Because first gear, it's just going to spin the tire. Popped it into second gear, and it locked up. It had so much compression, it didn't turn over, and I proceeded to fall on my face and drop the bike. And Mo, on that thing, you had to adjust your all the engine inside of it. You had to adjust the timing. I mean, it was not an easy thing. You had to adjust your fly weight. What a complicated engine it was to get running right. You had to bring the cylinder up on top dead center and back it off a little bit and adjust the other cylinder so it was at the proper place. What a nightmare. But once you did all this stuff to it, man, that was the most reliable bike I ever had. But, oh, God, setting it up and getting it to run right the first time, good luck.
Yeah, and on my wing, I used to make sure that the timing belt got changed on time religiously because it was twin timing belts, and it was an interference engine.
Right, yeah, you'd be jamming pistons into cylinders and stuff, wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah, exactly, yep. So I made sure when the mileage said it was time, or the age said it was time, it got changed.
Yeah, there was no timing belt in my Sportster. It was all a big chain, a triple chain, three layers wide.
Yeah, the wing was 2 belts for the timing, one for each side.
And, that Sportster, it fired on both cylinders at the same time. Not a lot of people knew that, but, yeah, it didn't have compression and gas and the proper thing to make it explode, but both sides fired at the same time on them.
What size twin was that?
Mine was the 1000.
Okay, all right. My Goldwing was a 1200.
Yeah, mine was a 1000. It was based on the 883 engine, but they bored it out and put bigger heads on it, from the factory and turned it into a 1000. So, but it was originally an 883, then a 900, then a 1000, then a 1200.
Did you ever ride one of the old BMWs, and the way the pistons sit on them, you could feel the vibration from side to side?
I never did. I had a lot of friends that had that, and my other buddy had a Moto Guzzi that was like that. Had a big old belt on it and an alternator on the thing, hanging out to one side, but yep, it had both heads came out each side, left and right on the engine. And he really liked that thing. He rode it back and forth from Ohio to California for, 20 years, back and forth all the time.
Well, I rode one. I was going to buy one at one time because they were a sharp-looking bike, and it just the first thing I picked up was that feeling of centrifugal force from side to side. It was weird.
Yeah, it's odd. And when it's side to side like that, it throws the motion back and forward. like my Sportster, my V-twin on the Harley. If you was laying it down going into a curve and you cranked on the throttle, it would stand upright on you again because of the energy from front to back would throw it side to side. So like if you was about to lay it down, you crank that throttle and it would stand right back up on you on its own. Just one of the things of a V-twin that's forward and backward. A sideways one like that, I can't imagine it. It must affect the handling completely.
Well, it was sideways on the wing, but it was 4 cylinders, so the way that the cylinders were firing, you couldn't feel that. The BMW was only 2 cylinders.
Absolutely, that 4-cylinder they came out with, what a great engine. I got a buddy who's still got one that's like brand new. It's got several 100,000 on it. And he traded it up for the 6-cylinder, the Valkyrie. But he still got that old wing, 4-cylinder wing. And it's a good bike. He just turned 200,000 miles on that Valkyrie. And the first thing that happened, first major problem, the rear wheel bearing finally went out after 200,000 miles.
On what?
The Valkyrie, the 6-cylinder Honda Valkyrie, the 6-cylinder engine that's in the Gold Wing, is the same engine in the Valkyrie.
Oh, okay. All right.
6-cylinder, opposed 6 instead of opposed 4, which makes it smooth. That's why it's so darn smooth. It's an opposed, your wing was an opposed 4. One cylinder would fire against the other a little bit out of time and smooth everything out. Kind of neat idea.
Yeah, that's why it was smooth, unlike the BMW. But I like that. I like the transmission in it. Once I got rid of the heel and toe shifter, I hated that thing. I hated it. So I went back to a standard shifter. And I just like going down the road. You could hear the whine of the transmission, the clack of the drive shaft. This is great.
That's how that Suzuki I had. It was an 800 V-twin. It was drive shaft and smooth and great power. Just instantly. I had a belt drive on my one Kawasaki. I did not like the belt drive mode. You can feel the belt stretching.
Yeah, that's what they did to the Harleys. They went to belt drive.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I'd rather have a belt that's more responsive. I don't mind to replace the sprockets and the belt or the chain. That's all easy to do stuff, Where the belt, you got to tear a bunch of stuff off to get a belt put back on.
And they were, people complain about the belts are supposed to take care of the chain noise. And I'd say to myself, these belts sound, they're worse than the chain.
Yeah, I didn't like it on that 440 LTD Kawasaki I had. I could feel it stretching. I didn't like it. I wanted instant response. I don't want it to feel like something stretching every time. Yeah. Another bad thing about that bike, it was a 6-speed, and I got tired of shifting. 6 speeds at 35, 40 mile an hour. Why do you need 6 speeds to go that speed? And it was not loping down in 6th gear at 35. It was full. So, it just wasn't geared right, I didn't think. And how do you change your sprocket drive on a belt drive? You can't. You're stuck with what they made.
I'm going to have to look it up. I wonder how much they want for a new wing today's prices.
Oh, no, I think Steve was going to buy one, and he ended up going back and buying his back. And the guy he sold it to, the W6BM had one. And it was mint condition, low miles, under 10,000. Sold it to the guy, I think he put 2,000 on it. He went back like 3 years later and bought it back. He just got it back this year. So he got his old wing back, 6-cylinder wing.
Best thing they ever did with those was put the reverse in it.
Yeah, his had, I think he had GPS. He had everything in that thing. Helmet communicators that all tied into the bike. It's a great setup. It's a really nice setup. And his second bike that he's got that he rides is a Suzuki Bergman scooter 600. It's a half of a Hayabusa engine. It's a quick little bike. It's a little scooter though.
I seen them. I was at the bike shop one day, and I was looking at a what do they call them? I'm trying to think of it. The three-wheeler there that Suzuki makes, Can-Am. And I took that out for a ride and stuff, and I was in there, and I was looking at that little scooter, and I was asking about it, you know. But I guess it was a 600cc, and guy says a lot of people like them.
Yeah, Steve was telling me, it's capable of 130 mile an hour, 125, 130, and it gets there really, really quick. He liked it so well, he went and bought the 300 for his wife. She's got the 300 Bergman. And that one, I rode it. It's pretty powerful. I mean, it'll do highway speeds and then some. You can do 70 miles an hour all day long. They're liquid cooled.
I don't know. They just don't seem manly.
No, they're pretty nice. I rode one. The only thing I didn't care about it, I could feel the belt, like maybe where they hook it together, staple it together. The belt has to be put together at one point. There's a connection point there, and I could feel that every time going around. He said, "Well, that's typical of an automatic transmission."
Well, I'll tell you, those Can-Ams down, I went out, I test drove a full dresser. Very nice bike. You know, it had the electric windshield on it, that you could adjust the windshield. And, I had the trunk saddlebags on it. Beautiful gel seat, handle grips. It was really nice. I just didn't like the way it rode. I took it, of course he knew me. I took it out for a test drive, and I just felt very uncomfortable on the road on that thing. I sure I could have got used to it, but it was weird.
Yeah, Greg bought one, WB6 GW bought one that I talked to on 10 meters. He really liked it. He traded his Super Glide in on it. And he's had that Super Glide for, 30 years, maybe more. And he let it go and bought this Can-Am three-wheeler. He got the nicest one they make, the biggest, most powerful, got the most accessories on it. I mean, it's a laid-out setup. And his wife didn't ride on the Harley, but she liked riding on this one with him. It's a great thing for touring. But to me, it looks like a car, more than a bike.
Yeah, and you got to remember when you're riding it that you're not on a bike because you're over the other lane. But yeah, my wife liked it too. But I don't know. I didn't go for it. He said you're gonna love it if you ever get in the city traffic. And I could, I could say, yeah, I guess I would, not having to put my feet down.
Yeah, I don't know. I've had automatic motorcycles, and it was pretty cool. My scooter was pretty neat. It was an Argo USA 150. It was all automatic. And it would do 80 miles an hour. It'd do 90 down the hill with a fat guy on it. Looks like our local Honda dealer has those in stock. The new Goldwing, 2025 Goldwing for DCT 50th anniversary for only $30,200.
Geez, that's not bad.
And you can get one down as low for the touring automatic CVT, the automatic transmission. You can get one of them for $29,000. Would that be cool to have a big big six-cylinder like that, automatic?
I guess so. Yeah, I don't know. I never had an automatic bike.
Yeah, they're kind of weird. Definitely takes some getting used to. Yeah, they're at 1833 is the size of them. 1833 cc.
I know I couldn't do it because my back wouldn't withstand it.
I did consider a Honda Grom, a 125 Honda Grom instead of this Kawasaki, but Kawasaki beat the price by almost $2,000.
I had a buddy who had I can't remember the model number now, but it was a Kawasaki full dresser. It was a nice looking bike.
I think the only other one I ever had was that 440 LTD. Yeah, and it was kind of cool. It was a cruising bike, 6-speed, belt drive, real smooth, didn't use much gas. It'd do highway speeds. It'd do 100, 110. It's just a 400, it's 440, so it was a little bigger than their 400. That bike did everything. It auto turn signals, everything. You didn't have to do a thing. It's all automatic except the tranny.
I'll tell you, one of the bikes I did enjoy as I worked my way up there is I really enjoyed that Suzuki GL1000. I thought that was a nice, comfortable bike, and it looked pretty good, too.
Yeah, and it'd get up and get out of its own way, too.
I'd rather have that in the city than the wing, though. I'll tell you that right now.
It'd just be more maneuverable. Yeah, you don't have all the gobdingers hanging off of it either. Even on these little motorcycles, Mo, is ABS comes on them. You know, all automatic. You don't have to worry about braking hard, and it does it all for you.
Yeah, that's nice. Do you still got a front and rear brakes individually, don't you? I don't know. I never had one with ABS.
Yeah, mine's got dual front disc brakes and a single rear disc brake.
With a handbrake and a foot brake, correct?
Yep, and ABS, automatic. Keep you from sliding.
How do they do that? one for each wheel?
I guess. I never really got into it or investigated. Just know it seems to work on mine. If I clamp it down real hard and stop coming into gravel, it gets control before I get out of control. Bought the brightest color I could see, too. I want to make sure people see me. Mine's firecracker red.
Oh, okay. My wing was a two-tone maroon. My GL1000 was a maroon. Let's see, maroon and silver, I think, was part of the paint job on it. I had one that was candy apple large metal flake blue.
Yeah, there for a while. I was into the orange. The Sportster was orange. The Honda 400 Hawk was orange. The Suzuki was orange. I had like 3 or 4 orange bikes. But the Harley was the best. It was Kubota orange.
Yeah, now that I think about it, all mine were some shade of red, except for the blue one.
Red is good. People see red. Sir, the frequencies in use. Do you not hear us talking out here? Frequencies in use. Somebody's calling CQ over top of you.
Oh, is that why I didn't hear them?
Go ahead if you wanted to CQ. You must have wanted to break in our conversation. Go ahead, dear. Did you need something, sir? I thought not. From right downtown near City Hall, this is KA8YOR in Ravenna, Ohio.
November 2, Papa Echo Papa, in the beautiful Adirondacks of upstate New York.
Is that where men are men and the women are glad of it?
Yeah, baby. Yeah, I didn't hear him at all. He must be closer to you. He was covering me right up, was he?
Not really. Just in there with you. I think that fell up there north of Terry. He seems to like doing that for some reason.
There's a guy that gets on 5.3 or 5.4. And it's when nobody else is around. And he calls out, I got the automated CQ going. And I hear people answering him all the time, and I even tried it once. His station is deaf. It's unbelievable.
Pushing that button, that's the speak for him, not there to adjust it. Probably no one even around.
Either that or he's just got a one-way station. Yeah, he needs some antenna improvements.
I think they call that one-way skip, don't they, in CB terminology.
He does it all the time, though. I can understand. He's got people answer him all the time, and he never goes back to anybody. And he pauses in between. And you know, I can hear the guys answer him, and just never gets back to him. He's got to have some kind of a antenna problem.
That could be more serious than that. It might be medical. See, they turn a few of them loose on there, you know.
Yeah, I used to know somebody, and we caught him. His call was N2NLY. You know what it stands for?
Hard to say.
N2 no license yet.
Great grandbabies this evening, and 3 of them start back to school in a couple of days. So she'll be the granddaughter will be rid of 3 of the boys, but she'll still have 3 at home to take care of. So she's pretty excited about that stuff.
Oh, I bet she is.
And luckily, the baby is the daddy's baby. I mean, he wants his dad, so he's stuck with the littlest one, which I don't think he cares. But we're kind of wondering about the eye colors and the hair colors, because she's Irish, and she got red hair and freckles, and he's American Indian, and he's dark complected, so it's hard to tell a baby's eyes for the first year, but it looks like Alfred Edwards, the one that's named after me, is going to be blue-eyed and blonde hair instead of blue-eyed and red hair like they was hoping.
Oh, geez. Yeah. Well, I started out, I was told, I don't know, just my mom telling me, of course, that originally I was blonde.
Me too, originally.
And then I was jet black. And now I'm a silver fox.
Well, this is a strange one for me, because I started out blonde. Now my beard is silver, and my sideburns are kind of silver, but my hair is almost black. It went from, how can it go from blonde to black as I get older? I can see the beard turning silver, but shouldn't the hair too?
You're one of the lucky ones. I thought that my hair didn't start to turn until 2 years ago. So I guess I was lucky. I didn't have no gray till 2 years ago, and then now I'm all gray.
Well, you know what we call that in the biker world is chrome, and you earned that chrome. Gray beard is a sign of chrome on a motorcycle. So bikers kind of like that gray look.
I don't know. I don't. I seen your picture on it. Do you still have a beard?
I do. Same size beard, same sideburns. Just once a week I trim it with a mustache trimmer at a certain level, so it doesn't get out of control. It doesn't get in my lips. I'd hate that, or my nose, or and at one time, up until about 5 years ago, I looked more like Grizzly Adams all year long. I had a beard bigger than my belly.
That's the way my one son is. Yeah, I never grew a beard. And mustache, yes. I had a what do they call it? It was weird. My mustache, I had black hair, my mustache was red. Don't ask me how. It was like one of those Tom Selleck mustaches there when he played Magnum P.I.
Yeah, there's an Elmer Fudd one. KD2 HFR, go ahead. Morning to you from KAAYOR, Ed, here in Northeast Ohio. Oh, real good, Arnie. You did a good job, man. You're like 20 over 9. I'm located south of Cleveland, about 30 miles. And my name is Ed, Echo Delta. And yeah, you're, like I say, 20 over 9. Pretty decent audio. I think it's working for you there, sir. Over. Yeah, it doesn't sound too bad. What kind of radio is it, Arnie? Darn, sounding good, man. Sounding good. For a stock mic, I don't think they're doing bad. And the D104 might be a little bit much, but you can turn them down. You know, if it's one that's got the amplifier in it, you can just back it way down. What's the pinout on this one? Is it like a telephone plug connector for the microphone? Yeah, probably the 810. Cool. Well, you can buy stock mics here. I've been playing some of them from my radios from China that work actually as good as the ICOM mic did. I think it even says ICOM on the one, and they were like $10 through Amazon. Yeah, I've got several D104s. I don't have the golden one, but I do have one from 1938 that has the base is hammer tone green. Looks like green, the color of Heathkit green. Over. I'm using a static microphone here. This one was made in Conneaut, Ohio. They're being made right now. You can buy them on the internet, or Guitar Center carries them. But this is the static D27, not a D104, but the D27, and it's a studio mic. So yeah, this is made in Conneaut, Ohio. Same place that made the D104s. Over. Yeah, pretty neat stuff. Let me see if Mo's copy. He's up there in upstate New York. Buddy, copy in Ernie there?
No, I should take him out. Where is he?
You must be in New York too, then, Arnie. Is that right? That's where Mo's at. He says he wants the copy, I guess. Yeah, what's your KTA? What was the name of it? Acoustic Falls? Gotcha, on the Acoustic Falls. He's in Music Falls there, Mo. Is that close to you?
Yeah, the cross flight is not too far. Just coming in the Adirondack.
Yeah, he copies you, Mo. So, yeah, you guys are not too far apart there, Ernie. Well, yeah, man, I'm glad you come in and check that thing out. It sounded good. I think you're and no issues. Good signal. Good audio to me. You're right there with the good signal. He's running the 7610 and about 7,800 watts. So I think probably on the top web antenna. So yeah, you guys are probably too close. The cool part is you can never get out of contact with your buddies no matter where you move. There's always a place to be able to talk. Wow, getting good use out of it. I've got an 811 here. I don't have it. That's not what I'm using at the time, but I just put 3 brand new 572Bs in here about a year ago. Tested it and it worked, and I've got it set here for backup. It's a good hobby to get into, man. It should keep you occupied, and there's always something new to do. Yeah, I moved here to this house about 11 years ago. Lived in a mobile home park for 40 years with antenna restrictions. And I was licensed all that time and not hardly able to operate except on a flagpole. They let me put a flagpole vertical up. And sure was nice when I moved here about 10, 11 years ago. I started stringing up antennas everywhere. I got dipoles and insets, verticals, and man, what a great thing. But, the moving was so big. You realize how much stuff you collect even in a mobile home in 40 years? I know, it's amazing. I don't want to do this again, that's for sure. There you go. Well, let me get her back to Mo there. Back to you, Mo. N2PEP and the crew. KAAYR.
Yeah, he was out there more from
Yeah, especially in this time of night, the band's going to start going longer.
at 9 and it started probably at 7, so
said he has another job interview in the morning. I hope he lands him a job. You know, he's doing this engine repair stuff for the on the side. But yeah, it's not a real job, but I think he still ends up working there every day.
He's got income coming in anyway, you know, that's part of it there right there.
Yeah, and it's a skilled trade. You know, he's a machinist. And he's doing machining on heads for this hot rod for a guy.
What happened to shop?
Yep, it's just one of them that went out of business. I think it was a small mom and pop shop, and they didn't have a whole lot of employees. They just time to retire for them.
Well, he's only 58, right? Something like that.
Right. So yeah, you got to go another 5 to 8 years, something like that. I don't know when he's planning on retiring or not. I got the heck out of there when I could, Mo. I started collecting Social Security and pension and all that stuff at 59 and a half, and retired at 62. You are, Arnie? Oh, it gets hard. Well, what do you do for a living? No kidding. So like seeds that people buy is folded into cardboard or paper? That's kind of neat. That's different. Oh, Cat, I can imagine. Did you say you were disabled at one point? This is a job that you're able to do or something? Awesome. That's cool. I mean, cool that you're able to still do this. Yes, sir. My name is Ed, Echo Delta, short for Edward or Eddie. But yeah, I go by Ed, Echo Delta. My call is Kilo Alpha 8, Yankee Oscar Romeo. KAHYOR. This is yesterday's old radio. My what radio? Aha, a heavenly radio. That's a good one. I hear you. I ran through the same thing. I didn't know what to do. I've been licensed with this call since '86. I had another call back in the '60s when I was in school, but that was just a 2-year license. And yeah, I wouldn't know how to give my call if it wasn't KAHYOR. It just, it seems to be me. No, and it's got a good ring to it, MHA, and it probably sounds pretty good on code, too. Dude, I know, man. Isn't that crazy? I had two of those given to me. One had bent in a windstorm. I straightened it right up. It wasn't kinked or anything. And the other one, the guy just got tired of using it. He had put a dipole up. And both of those were given to me. I took all the parts and made a 43-foot vertical with them, and just fed it at the bottom. Center conductor to the vertical, and ran a radio out about 60 feet. And that worked really good in the trailer park here. That was my flagpole vertical. They're online. You can still get them online. Maybe even DX Engineering might still have a copy of them. I know, yeah, it makes it much more valuable to the person, too. Well, if you got the manual, you can do everything because it's got the parts, what you need, and you can't beat it. And without it, you're just kind of blinking around in the dark, you know? KE2MHA with N2PDT. This is KA8YOR. Over, Mom. They did the same thing to me. I was copying like 25 words a minute, and I just needed, the 13. They said, why didn't you tell us? We would give you credit for it. I said, I got to look forward to something. Anyway, I was trying to get it back to Mom. Go ahead there, Mom. Yes, sir. Probably earlier in the evening you would do better. It seems like the band goes long after midnight here on this band. But I bet if he's in there, like when we're in there 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, I bet he's strong to you then. Yeah, no fights going on, no bullets flying around. I hear you, man. Well, good for you. Yeah, a drummer. Wow, that's kind of cool. And so you're just at retirement age now? Yeah, see, I'm 73, so I went here a few years ago. I went at 62 and a half, actually. Just the microphone, the audio, and all that. I'll tell you, these static D27s are awesome. But yeah, I'm an old fart. I'm not quite as young as Mo. I think Mo's probably closer to your age. Mo, how old are you? 60? Okay, well, I knew it was a round number. That's right, he was about the same age as Charlie. Yeah, Arnie's just coming up on retirement here pretty soon, so he's going to semi-retire. Makes paper folding materials that fold over seeds, you know, for selling packs of feed. I think he said he's on his 950 and AL811H and I believe a dipole. I'm going to put a vertical up here next week, Mo, a Hustler BTV5. So that might make a difference between us. And, you know, if he comes in here closer to you, the vertical might do difference than the horizontals are doing at this time of day. And he doesn't get out till late at night, after midnight, so 1 o'clock in the morning. So it's hard for him to get in here earlier. His job requires him to be there till about 1 every morning. So you remember back in the day, first Charlie'd fade out, then Terry'd fade out. Finally, you'd be the only one still in there. So wherever you're at, you're centrally located at a good place. Like Paul would tell me, K88YYY, he said, Brady signal would drop that, they took all that metal out, we just using it for a reflector. Just think about that, though. Do you have your chest cracked open for any of your heart procedures? Oh, okay. I was thinking you'd had something done. That, he had 4 balls. He cut it in half. Got split up. Here's all something. And less than a month later, they had to go back in and redo it. Contaminated wiring stuff. And giving E. coli up the bottom. Yeah, you were telling me all about it. That's stuff. Oh, my God. But that was hard, you know. Yeah, but it sure would affect your heart, wouldn't it? Paul had a heart attack 40 years ago, 45, 50 years ago, and they went in at that time, put several stents in. His pancreas was cut off. I passed around that problem, and I had him going here for the last 40, 50 years, but yeah, then they told him this is one of these situations where you've got to be operated on now, not tomorrow, not in an hour, but you need to go to the hospital and have it done right now. So that's when the first major heart problem went for him. But that was 15, 20 years ago, and now they come in there and split you open because I guess it's more complicated. Yep, Paul's work too, but you know the heart's a funny thing. It'll bypass around problems automatically for you if you get enough time. And, you know, it's not going to kill you, but, yeah, if you got enough time, it's an amazing organ. It will fix itself if it can.
That I was complaining about, but they did this, you know, they said that, I did it.
You said you was having issues when you try to look down, bend down. Did you have, like a neck problem from that or something previously?
I got arthritis in my back. Lower back and,
Oh, yeah, man, I think I got arthritis everywhere, dude.
I was most in, you know what I mean?
Oh, sure. Yeah, and everything probably irritates it, makes it worse. But, yeah, hopefully they keep it under control with medication because, yeah, you don't want to go get operated on unless it's affecting you and your whole family's life.
Oh, yeah, I get done is operating my back. I was in my buddies and had it.
They're always in for more surgeries afterwards. At least shots of some kind of painkiller into the spinal column. And, oh yeah, you take stuff away from me. One of the worst things you can go through is bad back pain, or calf even. My buddy, his mom was born with spina bifida, and the cure back then was to fuse all the discs together. So she got a metal bar goes down from her neck down to the middle of her back. Has never been able to move it all of her life. You know, she was operated on as an older kid, and she's dealt with this pain all her life to the point where she was actually, her job was for the Summit County in Akron, helping people cope with pain and getting off of medication for the pain, you know, barbiturates and all the stuff that's hard on you. And what a tough woman. She gave up all the painkillers and made a career of the job, and what an influential person to tell people how to change your life now. She's going through it every day.
I tried to shovel snow last winter. I just clear a little bit before it could do. It took out my back right away.
My buddy's like, yeah, he's had a back problem. He was a welder when he was young, and picking up the transformers, he jacked his back up several times. And so he's got painkillers that he'll take when it hits him. He's very, very active. I mean, he's a hunter, he's a fisherman, and runs charters for people who come out of other states, and he takes them out on these expeditions. It's just amazing, and he deals with it on a daily basis. It's always a problem with his back. And I remember many times him taking Dilaudid, I guess it was. They took blue morphine. They had him on there for a while, but he got off of that. Whatever he's taking now, I think it's codeine based. That's what he's taking now, yeah. And that works for him. And he only takes it when he needs it. But this guy's got a rough life anyway. He just got operated on. He got his bladder taken out. He's got a colostomy for his bladder, and he got his prostate removed. And now he's cancer-free. So he had cancer all through his body. And his wife is head of Children's Hospital in Akron. She got him on the proper plan and the proper people, and I'll be darned if he hasn't recovered here in the last 3 or 4 years from all these operations. And he's on his second Harley Davidson now, and he just bought a brand new SUV of some sort. I got to get over and see what it is he bought. Probably a Range Rover. That's what he was looking for.
No matter if it doesn't
yeah, you just got to avoid it in that case. I tell you about my little power supply. I guess you heard me talking to Rod about it. This little power supply, I tried it out today, and it works pretty good. It's a wall wart battery charger, a battery tender, with a great big capacitor across it. I soldered it all up together, made it safe so I can't touch nothing by mistake. And Wade wants me to mount it on a piece of wood so it doesn't roll over and touch me. Because I showed him how when you shorten the capacitor out, even with 12 volts, what a big arc it will draw. He said, yeah, you do yourself. You need to make it safer. Either do that or, I can tell with the leads, ain't no big deal.
in the market, too. Oh, geez. If I was a few up here, I would bring in a manager in the market. Bye.